along with our own Professor Dr. Bhadra. Now, today, the fourth one we are having in the series, and next time, as mentioned by Professor Bhadra already, we are going to start the science technology related. Now, Professor Bhadra ended with COVID 19. Now, COVID 19, which spread across the globe, it was closely followed by various quarantine, lockdown policies, and a lot of different things. And while staying at home, it was found that there are sometimes, which is very important for keeping us safe from the virus, we may also inadvertently putting others in great danger from other deadly risks, such as the danger of domestic and gender based violence. Now, higher levels of social and economic stresses due to the pandemic, combined with restricted mobility outside of the home and reduced access to services, have created a pressure cooker for potential abuse. It is very difficult to know for certain how patterns of abuse have been changing. However, as available data often do not tell the full story. Data from sources such as police reports, helplines, health centers, shelters can help to provide a general insight, but these measures are unlikely to reflect the true situation, as victims of violence often do not report incidents due to reasons such as shame, stigma, or fear of retaliation. Now, we need an aggressive nationwide campaign to promote the awareness about this domestic violence and highlight the various modes through which complaints can be filed. The national news channels, radio channels, social media platforms must be strategically used, similar to the way in which the government has deployed campaigns advocating for physical distancing and hand washing to combat COVID 19. So, to end, I just wanted that this series of seminars are going to be very, very important, and it will definitely help the students, researchers, faculty members, and whoever attending this particular deliberations from the eminent guests. But you know that I just want to end with another word, which I got it from the NCW, that the report from March and April 5th, 2020, from March and April 5th, 2020, and they received 310 grievances of domestic violence and 885 complaints for other forms of violence against women, many of which are domestic in nature, and harassment for dowry, and many other cases. But these are not the total number. There are many, many more. So this gives an idea the level of this increase in the value of the domestic violences during this period of time. So gender-based violence during the pandemic is really a very important thing to be discussed. Thank you. Thank you, the honorable guests, and everyone who are going to speak today and listen today. Thank you. Professor Bhadri, you are mute. Unmute yourself.
Yes, I have. This is still happening, not an habit completely. I thank our Vice Chancellor for the kind words and for actually inspiring us. So let us start the session because we have quite packed fill session now. It would be my pleasure to introduce our former president of International Sociological Association, Professor Dr. Margaret Abraham. I mean, frankly speaking, I have been just, impressed by, I would say Maggie, because we call him that name, like anything. So I'm so happy today. I cannot, express my excitement in language because that's the problem with the online stuff. And I'm very, very happy today that, I have the opportunity to other people. I have the good fortune of other people to listen to Maggie who could not have gone overseas to listen to Maggie. But Maggie comes to India. And for all of you, we start Maggie's small biodata because it's a big one. I mean, 2 hours might go for that. So I won't go for that. I just say Maggie started at Delhi University for her BA and MA. So we can claim that we actually paved the, or rather, make the ground, hello Evie, make the ground that, Maggie is where today. So Professor Margaret Abraham, Professor of Sociology at Hofstra University and former President of International Sociological Association, 2014 and 18. At Hofstra, she also served as a special advisor to the provost for diversity initiative, chair of the Department of Sociology, and director of the Women's Studies program. And she is also the famous Harry Wattle teaching professor of the university. Her teaching and research interests include gender, globalization, suicide, immigration, and domestic violence. She has published in various journals and is the author of the award winning book Speaking the Unspeakable: Marital Violence Among South Asian Immigrants in the United States, Rajgad University, Praise 2000. I mean, if you haven't read this book, you're missing a lot. And you don't know what the book actually tells you. I mean, just the marital violence among South Asian immigrants, but it's so enriching that, I got a lot of research ideas from this book, no doubt about it. Her co-edited book and special volumes include Contours of Citizenship, Women, Diversity, and the Practices of Citizenship, Ashgate 2010, Making a Difference, Linking Research and Action, Current Sociology Monograph Series 2012. I'll please ask the research scholars actually, go through the current sociology because this is very important for them. Interrogating Gender, Violence, and the State in National and Transnational Context. Current Sociology, July 2016, Sociology and Social Justice, Sage, November 2008. I mean, this is only the academic part. Maggie has a very human side, which I have been noticing since I know Maggie from 2010. She's a very easygoing person. You will never see that Maggie as president, you can never believe that president is talking to you. I do not know. Jeff may be able to tell us whether this is because she's a woman or she doesn't believe in gender differences. But, intersectional position is there, and I have seen Maggie dealing in the same manner. So she has been involved in research and activism for nearly 30 decades. And I would say one thing that, knowing Maggie and her passion to have the non-violent, peaceful change is really something. I'll just say one line more. When I remember when we are in Japan and Michael Barwe, the then president, was actually handling the charge to Maggie, and he had three, I think, what do you call them? I don't know, feudal type of knives or something. What do you call them? I do not know actually. Swords, probably. Small swords, not the big one. And Maggie took all the swords and threw away. Then Michael Barwe said, "You need this in the meetings of executive council, these, that." She said, "I don't need anything because I work on peace and non-violence through exposing the violence." And that was a moment I thought it's always to remember for all of us because, that was not only a gesture, a very spontaneous gesture on Maggie's part, but it was just a belief. When we saw that, it was like, you get some ideas from that how to handle violence. Of course, Michael was not being violent, but at least Michael was indicating that from now on, Maggie would be needing three swords to handle the executives and the research councils and umpteen number of things as president of the ISA. Nothing was needed. It was a very successful presidency. And let me once again say a very warm welcome to my friend Maggie and Margaret Abraham. And we are dying to listen to her, and it will be a real privilege. Maggie, it's all yours.
Thank you, Professor Budra, for such a warm welcome. I'm humbled, but I don't know what to say. So I just want to say very, very special thank you. Clearly intersected the personal and the professional and the political. I have known Bula, if I may also say, for a long time, and appreciate you inviting me. I hope everybody can hear me. So greetings to all of you who have joined us today, and to Vice Chancellor Dr. Chattopadhyay. I'm honored to be invited to speak at the inaugural RC32 panel co-hosted by the Department of Sociology, Sister Nivedita University. I want to especially thank Professor Melanie Heath, President ISA RC32 Research Committee on Gender, Women and Society, and Professor Dr. Bula Badra, ISA RC32 Regional Representative, South Asia, and Head Department of Sociology at Sister Nivedita University. I'm really looking forward to hearing our distinguished panel, Dr. Jeff Hearn, Dr. Diana Veloso, and Dr. Bula Badra, discussing gender-based violence during the pandemic, and know that it will lead to a robust discussion on addressing gender-based violence in these challenging times. I do want to shout out that I'm also very grateful for the number of people who have journeyed with us all during this period of time and in our earlier work. Bula's mentioned some, but also excited about the new faces that are here as part of a growing movement to address gender-based violence. For my part, I'm going to focus on domestic violence, gender-based violence, primarily during the pandemic, emphasizing that the study of vulnerability, resilience, and social justice in addressing gender-based violence requires sociologists to increasingly work across disciplines in collaboration with colleagues from other disciplines and communities to reimagine what it will take to build a more just and sustainable post-pandemic world. Now, we know that examining and explaining vulnerabilities, resilience, and addressing social justice is not a new terrain for sociology or the social sciences. The concept of social justice has garnered the attention of the world, from academics and activists to government organizations and international communities. It has captured the emotions of people and nations. It has empowered individuals and groups and formed movements for social change. While an exact definition is elusive, the notion of social justice is integral to the discourse and practices of equality, liberty, rights, fairness, freedom, and justice. It is a key component in identifying and addressing the changes that are needed across the globe, looking at social structures and processes, at the relations and dynamics that shape society. Social justice as a concept draws attention to embedded issues of wealth and resource distribution, of oppression, representation, recognition, and access. Gender-based and intersectional violence is an important part of the ongoing dialogue and debate about progress, equality, and justice. And many of the people who are here have written about it. So I do want to kind of acknowledge that. The transformations and contributions that feminism, the women's movement, has made to our lives, our institutions, and our understanding of the world have been substantial and cannot be underestimated. We have seen great awareness of gender inequalities and struggles to rectify this. We have benefited from gender, critical race theories, post-colonial theories, queer studies, the diverse interdisciplinary perspectives of women's anti-violence and liberation movements in different parts of the world. And we, Dr. Tassasoglu's here, Dr. Tokayasta, many of us have, written together on these. We've made a lot of progress in addressing gender issues, yet this progress is uneven. And we see the persistence of gender-based violence, gender inequality intersecting with other forms of inequality. Feminist sociologists and post-colonial and critical race theorists who, in highlighting a spectrum of inequalities and injustice, have already provided important theoretical frameworks, methodologies, and practices to proactively address the need for social change, including, Professor Jeff Hearn and Professor Badra. Likewise, sociologists have documented social movements in different parts of the globe that have challenged dominant structures and various types of discrimination. I could address a whole lot of them, but for time constraints, I'm just going to be more general. With the global pandemic, there is a renewed interest and increasing urgency in studying, theorizing, researching, as well as linking knowledge and practice in examining and addressing vulnerabilities, resilience, and social justice in the context of gender-based violence. The onset of COVID-19 global pandemic almost 2 years ago and the responses to this pandemic created not only a health but a humanitarian crisis. It has clearly amplified entrenched inequalities and vulnerabilities and exposed the fatal flaws in our social, political, and economic structures. In addition to the immense tragic loss of millions of lives, the pandemic has disproportionately impacted the lives, livelihood, and well-being of large numbers of people, especially the most disadvantaged. It created immense uncertainty and fear marked with increased pandemic-related stresses and hardships, including food insecurity, unemployment, underemployment, violence, disruptions in education, digital divides, increased anxiety, frustration, depression, alienation, and grief, just to name a few. When it comes to violence, we know that disasters, crises, and times of uncertainty increase violence. And this also applies to the COVID-19 global pandemic. The pandemic has had a profound impact on people's everyday lives. The vulnerabilities, burdens, and lack of access to fundamental protections and resources is disproportionately experienced by communities and places. Women, children, LGBTQ, the elderly, people with disabilities, political dissidents, the poor, ethnic and religious minorities are just some of the groups that have experienced vulnerabilities and violence in its multiple manifestations. However, we also know that COVID-19 pandemic has also been a time of remarkable resilience and resistance by individuals, communities in different contexts, and for movements across the globe in contextualizing and connecting to highlight systemic injustices, striving for social change and social justice and social change. Now, let me talk a little about domestic violence and gender-based violence. More than 3 decades ago, when I was doing research on marital violence among South Asian immigrants in the United States, I learned the importance of action research, and Bula had mentioned that, of the need for clarity of conceptualization and understanding the complex context and connections, contradictions and contestations in addressing violence, including over words such as victims, survivors, vulnerability, and resilience. I learned much of this from those who had experienced domestic violence, from community-based organizations, from feminist and critical race scholar activists addressing gender and intersectional violence. Over the years, it has made me think on the importance and context of words, concepts, and actions that contour the discourse of addressing gender-based violence, to consider and connect vulnerabilities and resistance at the micro, meso, and macro levels, to consider how these terms are used by different sectors, including the government, nonprofits, funders, corporations, religious institutions, and multilateral agencies, and its implications for addressing gender and intersectional violence, more specifically addressing domestic violence. I also think of how it has been appropriated and exploited by the state to justify certain governmental actions and as a tool to exercise power and social control. And while I can't address all of these today, I'm hoping our discussions and our eminent panelists will also draw attention to these issues. We need to also discuss and consider how these words and terms translate into mobilization legislation in funding and the role of the state. How feminists, scholar activists use these concepts that can be helpful and challenging as we move forward towards reducing and mitigating gender and intersectional violence. Now, these are clearly not new questions, but ones that many of us still grapple with, and I must confess I still grapple with them. So to talk about domestic violence, which I'll start with, studies indicate there needs to be an increase in there has been an increase in domestic violence during times of crisis and uncertainty. And initial reports note that COVID-19 global pandemic has been no exception. Vice Chancellor Chattopadhyay mentioned this. Since March 2020, the coronavirus has led to worldwide lockdowns, stay-at-home and shelter-in-place orders, placing governmental mandated restrictions on people's movements. While this was considered as a necessary step in slowing down the spread of the virus, it has caused what some are calling a shadow pandemic of domestic violence. The social isolation and distancing policies vital to public health and safety have ironically meant far less safety for those in dysfunctional and abusive relationships. The conditions of financial and mental stress, also caused by the pandemic, have led to abuse in some families where it did not exist previously. For those already experiencing abuse, it has compounded and exacerbated violence, increasing vulnerabilities in some cases, leading to death. We know that domestic violence is about power and control exercised by one individual over another, and it can manifest in various ways: physical, emotional, verbal, sexual, psychological, and economic, to mention some. While domestic violence occurs in all communities, however, it cannot be generalized. Each instance and relationship has its own context of differentials of power, privilege, and control. There also exist commonalities and difference of experiences based on the intersections of race, ethnicity, class, gender, sexual orientation, caste, culture, age, region, religion, and immigrant status. Research indicates that domestic violence has a disproportionate impact on marginalized groups at the micro, meso, and macro levels. The COVID-19 pandemic has proven this to be true, as marginalized groups shoulder more of the burden in terms of job loss, financial hardship, and infection. For example, due to greater exposure through essential service work and or low access to healthcare. Now, in terms of the pandemic conditions, since March 2020, reports from several countries have shown that lockdowns and various restrictions put in place have increased and intensified gender-based violence, especially violence against women and children. I'm sure we will hear a lot more about these issues in the discussion and the presentations. The inability and reduced options available for those experiencing abuse to escape and leave the confines of their home has led to isolation from friends, families, workplaces, and other support networks. This has then created conditions where abusers have engaged in increased and persistent surveillance and control over their victims and are able to monitor and constrain their behavior through restricted access to food, clothing, healthcare, and even sanitary products. The pandemic has also inadvertently created barriers to the availability of much needed community and mental health resources. Not just fear, but also the lack of viable alternative safe options has forced victim survivors of abuse to remain with their abusers, even as they use strategies of resistance against the abuse. The conditions created by the coronavirus reduce many forms of institutional and social support, creating and increasing vulnerabilities. While power and control continue to be at the core of domestic violence, causal factors have been increased through pandemic-related stresses and hardships, and as I mentioned, including food insecurity, unemployment, fear and anxiety, frustration, depression, alienation, and grief. The closure of schools and childcare facilities has in many cases added to this stress and put strain on family resource at all levels. And I've heard this from many people. It has also increased exposure for children in abusive households. Communicating and seeking help becomes more challenging within the confines of the home, and particularly as public health and safety measures necessitate organizations to close physical offices and move online. And I saw this in New York. Despite the political challenge, the multiple challenges, COVID-19 has also led, however, some organizations to begin thinking creatively about new ways to reach out and deliver much needed support services, and also in terms of framing the issues. Early in the pandemic, Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, called on governments to take measures to address, I quote, the horrifying global surge in domestic violence, unquote, and to address women's safety even as they responded to the pandemic. Groups and community-based organizations and anti-violence organizations have been responding in several ways to support people experiencing domestic violence. In the United States, the National Domestic Violence Hotline reported a 9.5 increase in total calls received between March 16 and March 16, 2020, compared to the same period in 2019. It also documented how abusers were using COVID-19 to further control and abuse. Manifestations of abuse and controlling behaviors by perpetrators now included denial of food, as well as withholding of essential health and safety items such as soaps, disinfectants, and protective masks. In some countries, the power of abusers has been increased as access to the legal system and other support systems, such as police, shelters, and courts have been limited and cases delayed. For immigrants, this is further exacerbated by fear of deportation or not having places to go to, being caught sometimes in a limbo. The role of the state and the policies and practices of governments during the pandemic around issues of internal and external migration have implications for those experiencing domestic and gender-based violence that often go overlooked. As organizations addressing domestic violence comply with safety protocols during the pandemic, they had to shift ways that they work to support survivors. Kavita Mehra, Executive Director of Sakhi for South Asian Women, New York, explains, during the months of March and April, while shelter-in-place orders were in effect in New York City, Sakhi for South Asian Women was serving a community that was living in the epicenter of the epicenter. From the conversations that our team was having with survivors, especially those living in Brooklyn, Queens, and Bronx, they were seeing forms of violence escalating and becoming more extreme. Simultaneously, they were managing the unexpected economic fallout from the pandemic, which resulted in unprecedented rates of housing, food, and utility insecurity. The limited support from the federal package served as a relief to some survivors, undocumented survivors, and all survivors who still had a shared bank account with their abusers were left without protections, increasing their vulnerabilities. To support our community, Sakhi distributed 130,000 in emergency and nearly 16,000 pounds of food from the months of March to October 2020, unquote. It's also important to mention here that some domestic violence organizations found themselves not getting as many calls due to the challenges, fear, and lack of privacy faced by people within the constrictions and confines of the home, as well as a lack of access to or familiarity with technology, the issues of smartphones, etc. So organizations have used the lessons learned from the pandemic to consider ways to prepare, reduce, and prevent the impact of crisis on those experiencing gender and intersectional violence. For sociologists, one of the emerging challenges that require our sociological attention then is to better understand the forms of vulnerabilities that emerge or increase under crisis. For example, how does forced isolation through state-mandated lockdowns exacerbate domestic violence, gender-based violence? How does this violence manifest itself? What are the conditions created by the pandemic that reduce or enhance forms of institutional social support? And how can these be addressed in developing strategies to mitigate domestic violence and gender-based violence? What will it take to bring about structural change that eliminates such violence in times of uncertainty? How can we engage in cross-comparative and collaborative projects? What are the forms of resilience for individuals, groups, and organizations addressing gender-based violence? So let me speak a little about gender-based violence. I know it's going to be addressed later. We know that COVID-19 has had a disproportionate impact on women. They face greater exposure and risk as they tend to be more represented in certain sectors such as healthcare, domestic work, even farm work in some countries. For example, women tend to be vulnerable on the front lines as they tend to be more heavily represented in professions as nurses and healthcare workers. Women who are farmers and engage in farm work but are not listed as such are also vulnerable workers. COVID-19 has had a major impact on women, including increased incidence of gender-based violence. Women have encountered a decline in access to reproductive and maternal health care, as well as diminished economic opportunities. In addition, the closing of schools, decline, disruptions, and lack of access to health services have had a negative impact on women and girls and certain minority groups. Based on a review of the literature, Peterman et al. Note that there are 9 key pathways linking pandemics to violence against women and children. 1, economic insecurity and poverty-related stress. 2, quarantine and social isolation. 3, disaster and conflict-related unrest and instability. 4, exposure to exploitative relationships due to changing demographics. 5, reduced health services availability and access to first responders. 6, inability of women to temporarily escape abusive partners. 7, virus-specific sources of violence. 8, exposure to violence and coercion in response efforts. And 9, violence perpetrated against health workers, unquote. So when we address gender-based violence, we also need, and I really do see this as this has been a kind of a long debate, even in our community-based organizations over the years. When we address gender-based violence, we also need to note the vulnerability and risk of violence, as well as the loss of livelihood for domestic workers during the pandemic and lockdown is important for us to address in the sociology of vulnerabilities and resistance and social justice. Many domestic workers lost their jobs or had their work hours reduced. According to ILO, nearly 70% of the domestic workers around the world, that is more than 55 million people, quote, are at significant risk of losing their jobs and income due to lockdown and lack of effective social security coverage, unquote. Of these, 37 million are women. During the pandemic, domestic workers lost jobs, had no health insurance, and some were unable to provide money. Just 1 minute. I'm sorry, I just... during the pandemic, domestic workers lost jobs, had no health insurance, and some were unable to provide money. Provide money to support their families, thereby pushing them further into hunger and poverty at the risk of violence. Claire Hobden, ILO Technical Officer, Vulnerable Workers, states, and I quote, "The COVID-19 crisis has exposed the particular vulnerabilities of informal domestic workers, emphasizing the urgent need to ensure they are effectively included in labor and social protections," unquote. She notes this disproportionately affects women who make up the vast number of domestic workers worldwide. The lockdown also puts domestic workers who are forced to work within the confines of their employer's place at greater risk for abuse, violence, and longer underpaid hours of work. Like domestic violence victims, these domestic workers under lockdown become more and more vulnerable, both within the home and outside, with no safety net. The global pandemic clearly exacerbated the vulnerability for domestic workers and has highlighted the need for structural change that will ensure labor, health, and human rights. Organizations, movements have taken this up as a key labor rights issue, and it's also something that we need to address in terms of gender-based violence. The global pandemic and associated vulnerabilities require more research to better prepare and protect domestic and other categories of informal workers from the impact of such crises in the future. For us sociologists, the challenge is to engage in research and advocacy to highlight the global and contextual vulnerabilities of informal work and offer frameworks, policies, and strategies that help eliminate the vulnerabilities for domestic workers and develop pathways that will ensure sound labor and social protections, including times of crisis. We need to examine and explain the causes, contexts, constructions, contradictions, and contestations in addressing violence. Today, in various parts of the world, we are witnessing a growing number of xenophobic attacks, and despite some progress, the magnitude of violence against women and children remains immense. Violence against women is prevalent in all parts of the world and is clearly a global issue. It cuts across race, class, ethnicity, age, region, religion, nations. We know that violence against women or gender-based violence is a result of gender inequality and unequal power and control. However, we also need to recognize that the vulnerabilities and risks are not the same for all, nor does it manifest itself in the same way and at the same time in all contexts, and hence a global contextual sociology is an important way to approach the issues. Some people are more vulnerable than others based on their social, economic, and political locations. We also must consider the different history, structural conditions, and cultural factors in specific settings that make certain groups, for example, undocumented migrant women, sex workers, refugees, poor women, transgender women, more vulnerable than others. Human rights and social justice still seem to be out of the reach for large numbers of people. The consequence of poverty and lack of opportunity can also be particularly severe for LGBTQ, ethnic, and religious minorities. We see that despite considerable work, activists by activists to end violence against women and some significant gains made, femicide is a big problem. However, it is important to acknowledge that Latin American feminists and activists and grassroots movements have contributed in key ways to our global and contextual understanding of notions of vulnerabilities and resilience in the context of gender-based violence. We've seen this in India too, and I have learned much from South Asian scholars and activists. In South Africa has a complex history of violence, segregation, reconciliation, exclusion, resistance. These shape how gender-based violence gets framed. Scholars and activists show that despite some important laws and some progress, the magnitude of violence, gender-based violence, violence against women, trans, and children is still immense. Research activists and survivors and community-based organizations have been working hard to rectify the situation, and there are multiple projects, ongoing projects, to do this kind of comparative analysis, both nationally, regionally, and globally. In the US, there have been sexual assaults that were not addressed by institutions, but were finally addressed due to the resilience by victim survivors and allies that challenged the status quo and demanding pathways for gender justice, and social change. It's also important for us, when we understand vulnerabilities and risks, to recognize how even the most vulnerable also draw upon a range of strategies of resistance to violence, despite the huge obstacles that they confront. And so, vulnerabilities and resilience are, kind of very deeply connected and almost two sides of the coin. And they intersect in important ways. To really address gender and intersectional violence, we definitely need to challenge patriarchal structures and relations within society. But we also need to challenge those structures of power and those institutions that create and maintain other forms of inequality and oppression, which in interaction with patriarchal structures and practices maintain and exacerbate gender-based violence. And we can see this, and I will kind of say this, in religious institutions, the state, education institutions, multiple institutions. We really have to make those changes there if we really want to address gender-based violence. Our research and activism can demonstrate how the state, immigration laws, the police, courts, health systems, employment is closely connected to the system, to systemic violence against women and gender-based violence. How violence against women and trans is an economic, social, and political problem and an issue of citizenship. One of the major challenges on lives, communities, and places for several years, and I want to make a note of this, has been the rise of autocratic governments and move toward repressive rule. With the spread of COVID-19 in 2020 and 2021, we see not only a global health crisis, but also the humanitarian crisis with the consolidation of authoritarian rule and the decline of democracy across the world. Governments and political leaders have used the pandemic as an opportunity to further appropriate excessive power and control over people's lives, communities, and places. Across the globe, in various countries, the pandemic is being used by governments, authoritarian populist leaders to deny fundamental political rights and civil liberties. There has been the discriminatory targeting of vulnerable groups, including migrants, ethnic minorities, women, LGBTQ, and the poor. Intimidation, violent tactics are used to crush dissent, to those that challenge and resist injustices, including those who actively and peacefully protest the denial of fundamental rights and civil liberties, and who fight for social justice. Violence and discrimination against LGBTQ have also been a part of the propaganda used by the state and populist authoritarian leaders. Studies and reports have shown that governments have resorted to extreme and unwarranted surveillance. They have imposed discriminatory restrictions, especially on the basic rights to freedom of expression, movement, and assembly. There's also been the violence stemming from the deliberative, oppressive, and targeting enforcement of restrictions by police as well as non-state actors. We've seen the violence through extrajudicial killings, as well as the intimidation by state and non-state actors of academics, writers, journalists who report on vulnerable communities and challenge injustices. The pandemic, coupled with growing xenophobia, has left many forcibly displaced people even more vulnerable with little or no options, and we are confronting a humanitarian crisis. The violence, including gender-based violence, perpetrated against immigrants and their inhumane treatment, and we've been seeing a lot of this in the news, as they seek to cross borders, fleeing violence and repression, fleeing in the hope of increased economic, political, and social safety, require much more global, national, local attention. Yet, one should not lose all hope that change is possible. Rather, what is promising is how there are many people challenging the use of violence and control and documenting the inhuman policies and practices addressing gender-based violence, looking for new strategies for structural change. They're challenging the use of COVID-19 as a tool to close borders, control migration and resettlement. People across the globe are mobilizing and challenging oppressive social, political, and economic regimes. Despite the pandemic, protest movements have been an important part in addressing these issues. They are encouraging signs of a growing resistance to systems that have exacerbated inequality and injustice. They fought for social justice, and even when they have been crushed or oppressed, they have shown resilience and come out, bringing the issues to the fore. We've seen this in earlier protest movements like those led by the Indignados in Spain and Portugal, indigenous movements around the world, the Black Lives Matter movement in the US and other parts of the world, the farmers movement in India, the landless peoples movement in South Africa, Ni Uno Menos in Latin America and Brazil, Time's Up, Say Her Name, and the hashtag #MeToo movements were at the forefront of the resistance against entrenched exploitative systems, showing the ways in which we can connect gender-based violence and issues of social justice. COVID-19 has not shut down resistance to injustice. In fact, in many parts of the world, it has brought greater attention to systemic inequalities and injustices. It has brought about resistance against repressive regimes and some of the institutions, including the police. And despite the risks, many have joined in the struggle to end systemic racism, racialized violence, ethnic, gender, and class inequalities, understanding that we cannot address gender-based violence without looking at all the complex connections between all these issues. They have challenged police brutality, the power of repressive governments, and the denial of fundamental human rights. They have pushed for structural change. The resilience and struggles for social justice offers us real hope for the future. What is required, however, is for us to understand how much movements can translate into structural systemic change. So as I come to the conclusion, let me just say, so what can we sociologists do? I tend to be worried about some of the issues, but I also think we have to bring about some hope and attempts to change. I believe it is becoming increasingly clear that sociological engagement and intervention is necessary, but that this must be done in collaboration. If we sociologists as a global community effectively share and spread our scientific knowledge with the broader society of which we are a part, then together we can help frame the futures we want. I believe we have an intellectual, moral, and social responsibility as sociologists and social scientists to generate and share knowledge and engage in collective action in building a better world. To do this, we will need to develop a contextual global sociology and collaborate with other disciplines, encountering dangerous discourses that foment violence, xenophobia, Islamophobia, racism, and a spectrum of inequalities and social exclusions across the world. Our role is not only to problematize, but also to share solutions. We need to, and I'm just going to quickly in a bullet say this, one, critically examine the use of the concept of vulnerability, resilience, and social justice on how and to what end it is being applied by the different sectors. And I think this is really important because notions like vulnerability are being co-opted in particular ways. We need to provide a spectrum of innovative tools and methodologies that can help us measure vulnerability and what we mean by vulnerability. We need to conceptualize and help develop concrete outcomes in achieving social justice and social change. We need to achieve a better understanding of the relationships and interacting systems such as the environment, social, economic, and political, and present this in accessible ways that maximize public understanding. And I think sociologists, we have to be better at this. We need to disseminate the results of our research such that it reaches multiple publics. We need to identify the potential risks and possibilities of the use of the media, especially the social media as a tool for information sharing during crisis, and also the issues of misinformation by the media. We need to challenge and point out, if possible, when our research is being misused. And I think this is critical if we have to address gender-based violence, because often it is manipulated by those in power or by the media. Let me just say a word about funding and addressing gender-based violence, because it's very dear to my heart. Funding is a vital part that enables us to engage in research and activism that can help us make a difference. The issue of funding for researchers addressing social justice is a complex one. For researchers engaged in analyzing women's concerns, gender and transgender issues, gender-based violence, funding sources vary from state funding, grants from corporations, grants from foundations, university grants, and collaborative grants with NGOs. We need to see how these are funded, who's funding them, how the collaborations insist, and what kind of messaging goes out with that research, so that our research is not co-opted. A part of the transformational politic entails devoting attention to reconciling the demands of funding sources and our own research agenda. The question researchers and activists have to ask is, how do we acquire funding without compromising our research collaborations with stakeholders? The persistence, prevalence, and pervasiveness of gender-based and intersectional violence requires continued attention. We need to understand socioeconomic and political dynamics that are impacting experience of domestic violence during COVID-19, and we must use that to inform action. What prevents and assists women and children from getting out of abusive relations during disasters, and what are the challenges and successes we have seen? We need to support those organizations' initiatives that are finding creative ways of meeting this new reality. We must ourselves reimagine and reconfigure how we address domestic violence and all forms of gender-based violence during this period in history. The women and children in the lockdown at home with their abusers and during this pandemic cannot wait. Let me end by saying that I am hopeful for change, as there are increasing voices, many of them who are here, who contend that the future of our world and our planet lies in seeking solutions that enable a shared humanity that transcends boundaries, that recognizes that every human being matters, and that has a right to equality and fundamental liberties, to security and dignity. We can learn from past crises, but also take this pandemic as a time to reimagine and work together in building a just, peaceful, and sustainable world for all. And that would be such an important way for us to address gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Margaret Abraham, for an excellent expose and with suggestions. Now, I am relieved of my duties now. The questions will only be asked after the panel discussion is finished. And please put your questions in the chat box. And Professor Melanie Heath will take care of all these. She is in charge of this session at the chair. And so I can relax. So Melanie, it's all yours now. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much, Beulah. Okay, well, first of all, thank you so much to Margaret, Dr. Abraham, for such a deep and important talk on the subject of gender-based violence. And so today I want to just first introduce our speakers, our panelists that are going to be addressing some issues around gender-based violence in the pandemic. So first of all, we have Jeff Hearn, who is a professor of sociology, University of Huddersfield, UK, Professor Emeritus, Hanken School of Economics, Finland, and Senior Professor Gender Studies, Örebro University, Sweden. And he is co-managing editor with the Routledge Advances in Feminist Studies and Intersectionality book series, and co-editor Norma, the International Journal for Masculinity Studies, and was co-chair of RING's International Research Association of Institutions of Advanced Gender Studies. He has numerous articles and books. His recent books include Unsustainable Institutions of Men, which was with Routledge in 2019, and Age at Work, Sage 2021. And he's completing 2 books, Knowledge, Power, and Young Sexualities, and Digital Gender Sexual Violations, both with Routledge. Okay, and then it's my pleasure to also introduce Dr. Diana Veloso, who is an associate professor and the Master of Health Social Science Program Coordinator at the Department of Sociology and Behavioral Sciences at De La Salle University in the Philippines. She is coordinator of Gender and Multiculturalism, an interdisciplinary course at the same university. She completed her PhD degrees in sociology at Loyola University, Chicago. Her groundbreaking research examines the experiences of women formerly on death row in the Philippines. And she also conducted research on gender-based violence among internally displaced people in 2 cities in the southern Philippines. She served as the guest editor of Philippine Sociological Review special issue on justice, and she is currently the editor-in-chief of the Armed Forces of the Philippines Office of Strategic Studies and Strategy Management Digest. And then we have our distinguished Beulah Badra, who is an alumnus of Presidency College and University of Calcutta, where she did her MA and PhD from McMaster University, where I'm located here in Canada. And she taught there for 3 years as assistant professor. She joined the Department of Sociology, University of Calcutta, and taught for 28 years. At present, she is the professor and head of Department of Sociology at Sister Navida University, Newtown. Her research interests and areas of specialization include post-colonial theory, sociology of gender, sociology of childhood, and sociology of science and technology. She has published extensively on gender and childhood, gender and technology, nationally and internationally, and has also done research on gender-based violence. And I'm really grateful to her for help for organizing these wonderful sessions, particularly today. So I want to begin. I asked the panelists to put together a couple of questions that they would like to address, given Maggie's talk and also the issue of gender-based violence in the pandemic era. So let me begin with Jeff. First of all, Jeff, can you say something brief on your own work and personal situation in relation to the main theme of this event, and perhaps reflect on Maggie Abraham's lecture today, Margaret Abraham's lecture today?
Okay, thanks. I just say Melanie, I'll use your first name, but I say thanks to the Vice Chancellor and to all those who've been organising, especially Beulah Badra and many others, I'm sure. Okay, well, I'm going to say something about COVID and how, I mean, COVID, I think, is so, well, tragic, but also, you could say, interesting, in the sense that all of us are engaged and implicated, you know, regardless, I think, individually, collectively, in many, many ways. We can't avoid it, basically. And I think it also has shown how important it is, like where you are, where you're living, where you're working, how you're working, if you're working, what that means. And also it shows the importance of what you might call people's care responsibilities and bodily conditions, as has been said by I say Margaret, right, or Maggie. So in terms of personally, I want to say that I think I'm in a position of relative privilege, relatively. I live in Helsinki in the north of Europe. I think I'm healthy, but you never know, do you, tomorrow? I'm 74 years old, I'm a man. And in terms of the topic, I mean, I've been working on violence for a very long time, amongst other things, but fairly early on with COVID, I took the decision, I think, I'm not sure how consciously, not to sort of change direction with my research, but to rather see how it relates to what research I was already doing in terms of violence research, research on age and aging and old age, and research on care and research on the online world. So that's what I found myself doing. And this links with, I say now, Professor Abraham's talk, in the sense what some of there are so many things you raised in your lecture. I mean, and actually I've got four Well, COVID starts with C. I've got 4 C's that, to me, stay very strongly in my mind. One is the huge canvas you put before us. I mean, in those minutes. The second one is the complexity of the situation. The third one is the importance of concepts and words, actually, and how words are used and misused. And the fourth one about funding is not compromising. So, I mean, they were some of the things that stayed with me from I'll say Maggie's talk now. But there were so many things that you put on the table, I think, which was actually really amazing to do in whatever, 45 minutes or 40 minutes. That's my brief first reflection, if that covers. There are many things one could say. Okay.
Thank you so much, Jeff. So could you also highlight what you see as some of the key issues regarding gender-based violence during the pandemic?
Yeah, well, again, I mean, in the situation, like so many things been raised already, I was going to talk about, I'll try and avoid repeating, but I think I'll just say a couple of words about, well, I live in Europe, although I work a lot on South Africa, actually, as it happens. But I think it's important to say something about Europe briefly, and also something about the importance of NGOs, civil society organizations, women's organizations. So I think Europe is interesting in the sense that there are so many different nations within a relatively small geographical space. It's a bit like a laboratory, and you see the importance of different national policies. Without going into detail, the contrast between Sweden and Finland is extraordinary, even though they're next to each other and have many, many similarities and so on. But to be a bit more specific, I think one of the challenges that COVID raises is about the clear, massive evidence of increasing amounts of gender-based violence. I mean, that's really clear. But this is where, if you like, official figures are not always quite so useful. And I think one has to also turn to where the knowledge is, and say in NGOs, CSOs, as they're called, and women's organizations. And I'm now going to refer to some public knowledge just produced recently in a project, which is an EU project called Resistire, which is directed by my colleague in Örebro, Sophia Strid, and the information's online if you want more information. And that's been gathering information from the organizations on the ground, like helplines and so on. And one of the things that's found is even in the first wave in 2020, there was an increase of at least 25% on helpline calls around gender-based violence, or 30% or 33% or whatever. In Czech Republic, it was up to 40% or 50% by the second wave. I mean, this is information from on the ground. And then also from Italian sources, there were increases of about 70% in helpline calls, and about 4 times as many specific requests for assistance from the organizations that we know deal with these issues on the ground. So I think this is very sort of, grounded information through the Resistire project, which is continuing for another several years. So I think that's one sort of major thing to sort of feed in, how, in a sense, official reports tell you something, but of course there are many situations where in practice, those who are receiving experiencing gender-based violence do not go, actually, for all sorts of reasons, go to the authorities, to the police or other official systems. So that data, if you like, is not always so reliable, unfortunately. The second thing I thought I would try and highlight, and perhaps it's obvious in one way, is talk about men and masculinities, again, rather briefly. And it's something I've worked on for 45 years, I think. It's a long time. And I mean, again, this is not new, but it's not to say that all gender-based violence is by men or all men. That's not exactly the situation. But I think it's important, I'm going to read this out, that when one looks at violence, no, let me say one thing first. When I talk about men, I mean that as a social category and not an essence. And I have a phrase that's important to both name men as men, but also deconstruct what that means. It's like a double take all the time on men and masculinities. But if one looks at violence, men are the main, but not the only perpetrators of violence, but especially, and this is what I want to say, especially planned violence, repeated violence, heavy violence, physically damaging, non-defensive, premeditated, non-retaliatory and sexual violence, as well as most economic, collective, institutional, military violence, which is also often interpersonal, and multiple forms of violence. So, I mean, this is a kind of consummation, if you like, of a lot of research, and I think it needs to be put into the picture very much. Not to say all men are violent, obviously, but that is part of that fortunate reality. And of course, there are many reasons for this, and all the different explanations or analyses of men's use of violence, you know, psychological, social, community, patriarchal, imperialist, post-imperialist, become relevant to understanding this, and are, if you like, at the very least, given nuance through COVID. So situations become exacerbated, probably in most cases, but not in all cases, in the sense there are situations, should we say, in terms of greater isolation or greater domestication, should we call it, of situations where some men actually will find that they actually are doing more caring or more childcare and less violence, hopefully, than might have been the case previously. And there are also situations where, in fact, although, as I've said, there are evidence of increases of violence, clearly, there are some situations where it might decrease, less access to drugs and alcohol, possibly in some cases, even greater assistance from members of extended families may be relevant, actually, in some cases, which may. And then, of course, there's another very tricky situation, which is that if women, say, who are at home 24/7, they actually can be monitored or surveilled more fully. And that may actually reduce some men's demand to use physical violence, because there's more monitoring, more control, more surveillance. And I think the other thing I'd say on this, that although one talks about violence, one thinks about direct physical and hitting and direct physical abuse and sexual abuse. I think COVID also raises very much the question of other kinds of violence, economic violence, structural violence, slow violence of various kinds. And this links also to the question of, which Maggie raised, I think, around the place of the internet and online violence, which has certainly increased, but it doesn't originate from COVID. I think there's quite a bit of research from the 2010s, which shows that a lot of physical domestic violence or interpersonal violence actually is often accompanied by online violence at the same time, if that makes sense. And then perhaps just, last two things on this. I think, as Maggie also raised, the importance of looking at the place of different groups of men in the medical system, in the healthcare system, in the policy system, in mainstream politics, and how this is clear, the COVID has clearly been used or misused in some cases by mainstream politicians in terms of militaristic agendas or law and order agendas, or even, of course, using the so-called freedom agenda by the right wing, paradoxically. And this is really very clear in Europe, in different countries of Europe and elsewhere. I could say more about this, but I know time is for short. I'll just say one thing, actually. I'm from UK originally. I'm British. I apologise for that, but that's the situation. But I live in Finland, and in Britain we have a politician doing very strange things. But in Finland, the government is 5-party coalition. All 5 parties are led by women. The Prime Minister is 34-35. And in the first wave of the pandemic, every day the 5 women leaders lined up on television and gave their rather, you could say, straightforward information giving and policy updates in a way that is such a million miles away from some other political contexts, which I'm sure most of us know about in some other places. So that's my sort of quick take on that very complex system. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jeff. So if you don't mind, I'm going to save your final question to ask.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, that's fine.
At the end. So I think that it's a question that would be very interesting to hear a broader discussion about. So I'm going to turn now then to Diana. Diana, excuse me a minute here. How has the pandemic led to unique vulnerabilities confronting survivors of gender-based violence?
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for that question. Well, before I answer it, I just wanted to preface my answer by saying that the research that I've done, I was working on it prior to the pandemic, and then I just continued this project. I've been working on studying formerly incarcerated women here in the Philippines, and I've seen how the pandemic has definitely intensified people's experiences of inequality in Philippine society in general, and for people who had been in conflict with the law, their experiences of inequality are definitely magnified in this time of pandemic. And I also agree with what Jeff said a while ago about how location matters. I mean, I live in a country in the global south, and the Philippines, I think 2 months ago, was actually ranked as the worst place to be in this time of pandemic, even if COVID cases have already eased up. So it says a lot about, you know, like the vulnerability of the society that I'm in. And for people from low income minority communities, they experience a lot of vulnerabilities, even more so because of limited safety nets. For women who had been involved in the justice system, I remember because when I started doing my research, this was years before the pandemic, and then I just continued on. And I was doing interviews right until the government declared the lockdown, and there were all these limitations, even as far as transportation. And one of the areas of inequality that I've seen is like for people who had already been in conflict with the law, their efforts to to live law-abiding lives and readjust to living in free society, they were definitely constrained by the trade-offs in the government mandated limitations on people's movement. So while these restrictions were justified by this unprecedented health emergency, at the same time, formerly incarcerated women who already had limited safety nets and access to services in the first place, they experienced this even more severely in the time of pandemic. And I also remember, because I kept in touch with the women I had interviewed, I definitely saw how in their situation, because most of these women came from low-income minority communities, the majority of them were they had limited education, so they faced intensified challenges relating to their survival as the pandemic dragged on. An example of this that I would give, one of the women I interviewed, and this was right before the lockdown took place, she was working as a security officer and she relied on public transportation. However, when the lockdown took effect, public transportation was suspended. So she had to walk to work, to and from work for hours. And this is a common tale among people living in poverty here in the Philippines. And another woman I interviewed, she experienced multiple forms of discrimination both before and during the pandemic. In fact, like she had been able to go back to school and then work. She was working 2 jobs at the same time before the pandemic took place. But the moment her employers found out about her status as a formerly incarcerated person, they let go of her. But it also wasn't without her experience of violence. She also experienced being harassed, and this was what led to her to find out that they had known she had been incarcerated, and they presumed she had already experienced sexual harassment in prison anyway, so she would be no stranger to that in the workplace. And then she fought back, and they also used this against her. So, and in the community that she was in, her partner also lost his job. So she said at some point she was really desperate. They hadn't had anything to eat for days. So she stole some vegetables from their neighbor, and the neighbor happened to work in like the most basic form of government in the community. So the neighbor threatened to have her put back in prison. And she also experienced continued harassment. And then on top of it all, before the pandemic and even after the pandemic struck, she was also being pressured by one of her former boss in the drug economy. She's pressured to return to the drug economy. So I don't know what she has. We lost touch along the way. So I don't know if that happened. And then another unique circumstance that I've also seen, the Philippines has such a fragile justice system. So sometimes, people are affected by all these unconstitutional policies, like extrajudicial killings, something that arose in 2019, and it also led to formerly incarcerated women's enmeshment in these inequities in the justice system, even after the pandemic struck, was the way the president ordered people who had been released from prison between 2014 to 2019 to just voluntarily surrender, quote unquote. There was nothing legal about it. And at the same time, he just said he ordered them to surrender just to check if their sentence credits had been properly computed for. And he gave them a deadline, and he said, like, for those who had been convicted of heinous crimes, if they did surrender by the deadline, he ordered them to be like either arrested, or he approved shoot to kill orders against them, even if that's unconstitutional. So this led large numbers of people to surrender, and with all the bureaucracy and the delays in the justice system, some returnees, quote unquote, as they were called, they remained in penal facilities even if they, like they had already served their sentences, and they were also caught. So they were caught in between this policy on the part of the current administration plus lockdowns, and some returnees actually contracted COVID along the way. So this it took time. Like, it was already like several months into the pandemic after they were released from prison, even after they had already served their sentences. And others died shortly after the pandemic broke out. Probably it had a lot to do with their stress, mental health issues, all these vulnerabilities that converged in the time of the pandemic. And I was also going to mention like other vulnerabilities that I've seen, like aside from like the lack of safety nets and access to services for formerly incarcerated women and survival related challenges, just like the pressure to return to illegal activity in the face of limited safety nets and services. People who had been involved with the justice system, they faced even more difficult decisions, especially in the time of the pandemic. And like with their exclusion from like various, like there aren't too many reintegration programs in the Philippines for formerly incarcerated people in the first place. And all of these were also suspended in the time of pandemic. So all these complexities also led people to wrestle with difficult decisions about returning to illegal activity, although it could lead to their criminalization again, or like putting up with intensified poverty, hunger, and the deprivation of basic resources as the pandemic dragged on.
Thank you so much, Diana. So could you please discuss the constraints in the services interventions for survivors of gender-based violence in this time of pandemic?
Okay. Well, I would say I'd speak about this in general, not just for the situation of justice-involved women. Here in the Philippines, gender-based violence cases have, it's been documented that they've increased, as is the case in many parts of the world. And there has definitely been an upward trend in cases of domestic violence here. And a lot of it also has to do with economic stressors and financial difficulties. And a survey that was done by an international NGO called Oxfam here in the Philippines found that as of this year, all over the Philippines, there was decreased access to services rendered by gender-based violence desks and other support services nationwide. So I would say this, coupled with like stay-at-home measures, it would definitely amplify the control of perpetrators and exacerbate people's vulnerability, especially women's and girls' vulnerability to gender-based violence. So I mean, that's definitely something to consider about limited interventions. And then another area that where the issue of limited interventions is present is in terms of what the LGBTQIA++ community goes through here in the Philippines. The pandemic has just brought about the intensification of discrimination and violence at their expense. And some of these interventions include, for example, they're oftentimes excluded and discriminated against from food distribution programs and other social services, especially if the donors would say, let's say same gender couples, if they don't conform to the donor standards of what constitutes a family unit, quote unquote, then they're not included. And then in some public assistance programs, some LGBTQIA++ residents aren't included, and there are communities that can be entirely indifferent to their situation and even condescending. And then another area is the way some duty bearers have they've humiliated some LGBTQIA++ residents and singled them out for example, not complying with curfew policies. But then these duty bearers never faced sanctions. And also unresolved killings of transgender people in the Philippines they continue to persist, and the perpetrators have like definitely gotten away with so much impunity. So one of the significant constraints is the lack of laws that prohibit this and penalize people for discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity.
Those are very good points, Diana. Thank you so much for this intervention. And now I'd like to turn to Beulah. Beulah, could you please speak to the main advice of this pandemic about the need to stay home, and specifically discuss this from an intersectional framework with reference to gender-based violence?
Thank you, Melanie. See, in the first 2-3 weeks of pandemic, all we hear in the television and other sorts of media, including social media, from governmental parts specifically, advising all of us to stay home, meaning that we should be safe if we stay home. So the slogan became "Stay home, stay safe." Now, this actually occurred to me, a basic contradiction of the fact that what does everyday life of majority of women in India testify if they stay home 24/7 with their families? Families meaning it could be nuclear families, or it could be slightly extended one in urban areas, like the mother-in-law or the father-in-law, or somebody, unmarried brother or unmarried sister, something like that. Now, global situation was that we were getting reports through electronic media that everywhere the violence against women have increased. When in 2020, on 27th of May, actually United Nations declared this shadow pandemic public awareness campaign, which was like a public service announcement, and a 60-second film by Academy Award winning actor Kate Winslet, who also is engaged in some humanitarian activities. And this video highlights the alarming upsurge in domestic violence during COVID-19 and delivers a vital message urging people to act to support when if they know or suspect something is happening. Now, then I started to feel that as a sociologist, I should be engaged in this situation other than staying home and staying safe. Probably I am safe in my home. So from that point of view, I know for a fact that India, women disproportionately are insecure, lower paid, part-time, and informal employment. Very few women are still, have income security, social protection, like health insurance. A lot of women do not have. We have 135 crores, roughly, but a lot of women more than men, because they are not in secure employment. And more men are in secure employment compared to women. That doesn't mean that men are not in insecure employment. It means only proportionately. So disruption of general services, irregularity of any service profession. Women have limited reliable information and awareness that which services are currently available. And people didn't know actually which services are currently available. Media coverage is heavily on pandemic, but with little dissemination of information specifically for survivors and women at risk of violence. Here I must point out one thing, that media played a very poor role. Official big medias played very poor role in case of pandemic, in the hands of probably the different state governments and central government, not to highlight whatever is happening. And in fact, the non-governmental organizations, the voluntary other organization dealing with human rights violations, and women's NGOs are actually the one who has given us the idea that it's a huge violent situation. I'll just quote one statistic from this, that the National Commission for Women of India registered an increase of at least 2.5 times in domestic violence complaint since the nationwide lockdown, according to official date between March 25th and May 31st. So it's only 2 months roughly. And remember, those who can call that WhatsApp number in the National Commission for Women. Now, in India, we still have, a very lower situation in terms of having a WhatsApp type of telephone. When you can have, a kind of telephones which is about rupees 2,000, but you have to have the Android type in order to have that. So very less number of women are doing it. So that means the violence were at least 20 times more than that within that period alone. But it was reported this. And National Crime Records Bureau have been telling us for a long, long time. I did my first gender-based violence survey in 1992 and 93. Then I repeated in 2003 and 4 and saw the similarity in terms of increase more or less in a subversive manner. So the National Crime Records Bureau themselves admit, Government of India's official one, that whatever they record is probably 25% of the actual happenings. So if they report, one rape in per 10 minutes, then you can say that it is actually probably 6 rapes in per 10 minutes. So they themselves actually accept because people don't report. Now, there I had then an idea that this particular slogan, which I find that, could be a very good example of a biopolitics, that government is doing in Foucault's terms, that, you better control yourself or drop dead. We can't do anything. This is COVID-19. What can you do? It has come from somewhere else. This is not that, you have caused it due to poverty. Actually, rich people in India caused it. They came from outside of India and they didn't do and it became actually it was the rich people's contribution in India, no doubt about it. Those who were outside and came back, and a lot of people from India were in China. There was no doubt about it. So, they were the carriers. Afterwards, we realized that. So the thing came to me as a sort of research question for women, at least in urban areas, middle-class nuclear families. Not there is anybody, husband and wife and children. Is there a shadow pandemic in India among these people? They are educated. Mind you, they have all master's degree or over. And they earn at least minimum 50,000 rupees per month, minimum. More than 1 lakh also people is there, which is quite still a handsome amount of money in India, even though the cost of living is extremely high under the central government, present central government. So this question came to my mind, to be or not to be at home. Should women now just leave the home because they are being so much tortured? So I decided to do a survey. I cannot say the details of it, but just can give you idea of some conclusions, the commonalities between the groups. I chose actually 2 groups of people. One was comprised of 20 families who were actually earning more than 50,000 rupees, up to 1.25 or 1.30. And then husband, wife, both educated, both in paid employments and with 1 or 2 children. They're more or less upper middle class, if you put it very in terms or something. And another group of people where, they're the same amount of, income, but women do not work. The men are in such a better place, they are earning actually more than 70K to 100K or something. And same children. But I deliberately chose nuclear families because often it's said in India that it's the in-laws. Not the guy. The guy is so helpless that it is the in-laws, and there are so many other factors. So actually, when I called, them in WhatsApp, it's a snowball sampling. I had to call one respondent 3 or 4 times because if somebody is there, she cannot talk. Means, her husband or the adult child are there. Some days the woman used to tell me, I'm going to the toilet. So if there is a bad connection, you'll understand this is because of this putting the flush on, etc. Because I have to go to the toilet to talk to you. So this is the common position of these 2 groups. One where women were in paid employment and one where they were not. Husbands are more abusive. This is the women's point of view. I did also interviewed some husbands luckily, because most husbands do not want to talk to me, like the 1992, 93, and 2003, 2004. This is 2020 when I did it. They didn't want to talk to me because I am that feminist who is going to expose the real life of the family. That's politics. So husbands are more amusing when wives spend more time with them. I mean, this is clearly one interesting thing about marriage about those people. If they spend too much time, the husband's wife said they have become abusive in all sorts of ways. Previously, they saw each other mostly at late evening or night, mostly pretty tired. I mean, those who worked both, or even the person, only the husband worked. Husbands now want to dominate in all decisions. That you didn't ask me about this. I mean, those things they were not able to see or do because they were at job. So when they are home, they further think domestic labor or housework is very easy. Previously, women had no boss for the housework in nuclear families. Now they have their husband to supervise, and suggestions for improvement are overflowing. This is an interesting area women told me. That, previously we were sort of free in doing what is to be bought, what is to be, cooked, what is to be done this way. And that portion of, which is a very long hours, in most women's lives, there was no boss. I mean, she can do it. Maybe asking for, what do you want to have today, sort of things. But now the husband thinks he knows much more than, what a cooking woman can know. I mean, there are chefs all over in 5-star hotels. So what the hell you can cook, which is not, that up to the mark. So we had all the, they actually have, 5-star hotels, luncheon in official meetings and everything. So, yeah, of course, they were exposed to these things, and they can compare their wife's cooking, which is nothing. So earlier, women did all kinds of shopping, from grocery to dresses. Now it is not possible. There are 2 hours and 3 hours in some urban areas for grocery and shopping in the morning. So that was not, possible for her to do. So the husband did reluctantly and forgot to bring things which he thought was not important. For example, in Indian non-vegetarian households, a lot of onions are, used in cooking, and tomatoes. Those are the two important things. Actually, 18 women told me out of 40 that these are the two important things somehow the husband is to forget. I don't know why, he said. I said, did you ask that he has an allergy towards onions or tomatoes? He said, no, he has no allergy towards that. But if I star mark something, he'll invariably forget it. So I'm still not sure how to explain this, but this happened. And teachers, those who were giving, online, offline tuition, stopped. So every kid, is sitting on the computer from the age of 4 or 5, and a parent has to be there. And that's generally in the either late morning from 9 to something, or in the afternoon. But that time for the husband was for leisure. He's at home, working from home. Why should we be up in those hours? I mean, those hours for those women who had to supposed to work 24 hours a day. So, I mean, I don't know whether we call it double hands of 2 o'clock, double days or triple days or something. So in the end, almost every interview out of 40, actually, 30 women told me that marriage doesn't seem like a bliss anymore. Rather, sometimes a curse or a catastrophe, a misfortune, and depending on the extent of the abuse. Now, out of this, 40 women, 5 were physically beaten. So that is 25%. Now, in India, we always ask whenever there is a violence, did he beat you up? But the Domestic Violence Act of 2005 actually tell us that there are certain kinds of violence covering everything, emotional to everything. So if there is no sign on physical violence on the body, and I mean signs have to be there if you go to the police station. I have seen that the police actually denies anything if they don't see the police station. After a lot of struggle from both women's organizations and women activists, they now do a little bit, that is, depending on the intersectional position. You're in urban area of Kolkata and Delhi or Mumbai, and you have gone with a NGO representative, they will listen to you. So after this, I thought I should also try the husbands because need the both story. I mean, are they really masculinity working out or men of power? Because this is what I followed from Jeff here. No doubt that I pay my respect to you and gratitude that I was very much influenced by your analysis. So I asked the husbands, and these are the 5 conclusions in summary. The husband says, wives are great liars. Women can lie at the extent you do not know. But I am women, they forgot. And they are insensitive too. They do not understand reality because, after all, I am responsible for the main burden of the house. Then I softly said, but your wife also earns almost as much as you do. He said, doesn't matter. That really is not the point. It is the attitude of responsibility. So I said, what is attitude of responsibility? He said, see, I have to know whether they can have 2 meals a day. But she doesn't. I stopped because if I pose a little more, he will stop talking to me. So I said, I see, you think your wife is not not responsible at all. I mean, since she has me, she thinks that, she doesn't have to think at all. I'm the one who has to take every decision in the final analysis. And the wives criticize their husbands, one husband told me, for small things. How not to keep the towel in a proper manner. That starts, a catastrophical disagreement between the two. Or something is not burning and she was not near the kitchen. So very trifling things according to the husbands, the wife's mind, but the bigger things are, remember, these are master's degree holder and earning quite nicely. So I'm not sure whether intersectionally dominated or the gender. And this was a conflict in me that I was not able to figure out which one I give importance to. The final one is the husbands are very surprised and disappointed with their wives for making their lives miserable instead of utilizing the time for making a happy family. Now they're both home, working from home. They should be a happy family. As a whole, marriage and marital relationships are not really made in the heaven. This is a quote from narrative from one of the husbands. So Melanie, to answer your question is that I thought my research question, to be or not to be in the home, which is not safe for women, I would say that to be not to be. So in a follow-up WhatsApp interview, this is one of the conclusions, I asked all these women after the full lockdown was over in 1st of July, partial lockdown that time, that whether they want to leave their husbands and, file complaints. 80% of them said no. In fact, in India, 70% women do not actually report. The number was some 900,000 last year. It has gone up in 21. They haven't presented the data yet officially. So then I asked a question, why? And one answer to me, I will remember that till my death, that, if I do this, then my children will be in trouble. My husband, is completely irresponsible. So in a way, I thought this is something really that each of the couple, each partner of the marital system thinks other partners is quite irresponsible. And they're staying together. I do not know what is the the mystery or the chemistry. Or probably the final position is that we are still tabooed if we leave happy or within quote family with husband and 2 kids who are not yet grown up. And the woman leaves because she is fed up. She is stigmatized still. Not maybe sometimes openly, but quite indirectly. Why the hell she leave? Couldn't she have stayed for her children? Couldn't she have gone out and do this and that? All other things. But during pandemic, it was very difficult to make a phone call because of the existence of the husband and everybody else if they're in the house. So the women were actually, what I would say, helpless. They can communicate. this, I'm not sure, Melanie, when I write this paper after finishing, I would have still a problem in my analysis that this one is more gender determined, or the intersectional position of having, class and education, etc. I don't know. Maybe you can tell us. Those who are present here gave me some sort of ideas.
Thank you so much, Beulah. Yes, I think that that is a very good question, to think about the intersectionality that that in many ways, brings about certain kinds of violence, right? And I think that also complements, of course, Margaret's talk as well. So if it's okay with you, just for the sake of time, you have a second question, but maybe we could, sort of discuss that a little bit more during the discussion section.
Sure.
So we do have a few questions and in the chat, but I thought that we could, so let me just read your question here, and maybe it's something we can address in the discussion part. Why do educated men behave the same as poor men? And then I also have a question from Jeff that I think is also something that I'd love to see addressed, maybe by the panelists, but also by Margaret Abraham. And so what do you see as some wider implications of gender-based violence in the pandemic for sociology, and especially sociology of gender and feminist sociology? And I think that that's a nice question for us to reflect on after all these very incisive and discussions around the complicated ways that gender violence takes place, and that it's not just, of course, about gender. It's also about different forms of discrimination, as Diana also pointed to. So maybe I will I also want to make sure to have time for questions from our audience members. We have some in the chat box. Please feel free also to put more questions in that you'd like to have discussed. But let me just turn it over to Margaret Abraham for a minute, and then Jeff and Diana and Beulah, if you have a response to this idea about the wider implications of GBV in the pandemic for sociology, and particular feminist sociology.
Yeah, thank you, Melanie, and thank you to the person who posed the question. I'm going to be very brief because I think the panelists have, it's in terms of distributive justice and time, I want to be sure that they all have the answers. Thank you to all three of you who, Dr. Belosa, Dr. Badra, and Jeff, for your important insights. Coming to sociology, Melanie, thank you, Melanie. When we say, what is sociology, if I've got this correctly, what is the role of sociology, right? As we move forward in terms of gender-based gender-based violence. I think I, as I said, I've struggled with this a little because I think we talk about intersectionality, which also has, by the way, its problems, right? And that's why I've begun, not problems, but its challenges in how we address issues. But what I want to say is that I think for sociologists, for me, and I saw this time and again when Diane, Beulah, and Jeff were talking, this, it's about this contextual global sociology, which I keep coming back to, this idea that, I put forth quite a few years ago, that it's not global and it's not, local, or it's not, unless you have the context. Right. And so for all of us as sociologists, collaborating with others, I think the way forward is for us to do this kind of comparative work and actually have work that accesses publics. I don't know, there may be a psychologist here, but at least in the US, the psychologists seem to have won the day in terms of addressing it as a kind of almost at an individualistic level, right? And for us, I think until we see, and the pandemic, I think, showed this in very important ways, class and caste, and religious institutions. I didn't have time here to address how insidious and how dangerous it is the way religious institutions take over the space and of political and also the way politicians take it. So my point would be kind of to summarize that I think we have to be careful, and I still struggle with the use of the term gender-based violence. I have to tell you, I have real struggles, and Jeff has written about some of this earlier, and so I want to really give all three of them the space. I think as we move forward, we have to be a little more careful of how we show these intersections. And for me, I know there's transitional justice and social justice, but to me personally, I think we have to talk a little more about a contextual global sociology that also addresses social justice in much broader ways, where gender-based justice is a part of the larger move to address social justice in all its aspects, and this will come out when we talk about later, and I do want to mention that, which, this idea of stay home and stay safe, and I will do that at the end. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you. Can I turn it over to Jeff?
Yeah, there are so many questions going on here. It's difficult. I'll try and pick up some rather briefly. Just on the comment on gender-based violence, I mean, it's obviously been a very, very, let's say useful concept in a whole variety of ways, academically, politically, activist ways, etc. But I do think it needs to be discussed, or at least looked at more, because I find it quite hard to think of an example of violence that is not in some way gender related. I mean, this might seem, men violence is still gender based. I mean, that's the point I would say. I mean, we could go on about this for a long time. So I think maybe gender related might be a somehow slightly more accurate but more open-ended term. But coming back to the question about men, I shouldn't laugh, but I mean, I think the things I would link with the word context, actually, context and conditions. I've been working now for quite a few years with Sophia Strid and Humbert and Dag Bachmer on what we call regimes of violence. So just as one has gender regimes and welfare regimes and so we think it's useful to talk about violence regimes, which is a bit similar to the continuum of violence. So it includes physical, sexual, direct violence, if you like, interpersonal, but it also includes looking at the conditions that make that possible, which includes things like political leaders, the politicians, prime ministers giving speeches, and the rhetoric they create, and includes the policies that create for or against women, putting it very simply, which then actually create conditions for, if you like, particular forms of direct interpersonal violence. And of course, this also links to different positions of different, if you like, I say categories of men sounds strange, but middle-class men, poor men, migrant men, refugee men. And I mean, the point is different men have different kinds of both economic and personal and social and community resources. So this is not necessarily about a sort of psychological differentiation. It's about a social, unequal social arrangements and so on. And I think I have to say that we haven't talked about, there are issues like, keeping social distance, mask wearing, anti-vaccination movements and so on, which are very gendered. I mean, in the part of the world where I am, it's really clearly gendered. And whether you call that gender-based violence or gender-related violence, I'm not sure, but it definitely creates conditions that actually are unsafe in a variety of ways for women and children and others, and men as well. And then I also think something maybe it's been raised, but maybe I missed it. It's about what happens, because the pandemic won't last forever, but there may be new pandemics. But what happens in the easing of lockdown, I think, is a very, very important question. Just as we know that women leaving violent situations is often a dangerous time. When lockdown eases or when pandemic eases, I think that is a time also for extra vigilance and resources, because I think other things will start happening or could happening when there's less direct surveillance 24/7, if that makes sense. A question about sociology. Okay, I've got 3 points. May I have very quick, right? One is that I think there's a real case for what you might call multi-perspectivism in sociology. not this camps of sociology, which used to be a problem in the 70s and 80s. Ethnomethodologists hated Marxists and so on. But I think multi-perspectivism is really important. And I think cross-disciplinary or being against disciplines is also very important. The second thing that I'd emphasize is the need to make crisis studies and disaster studies and disability studies much more central in sociology. I mean, not as the exception or aberrant, but those things are going on and they're really should be at the center. And then the third thing, excuse me, is and it links to what Maggie was saying earlier. It's about, well, you could call it non-violent sociology, actually, which isn't just about research ethics, do no harm in the research application, but it's about a non-violent sociology in as a whole, and also a sociology that is much more future orientated. What kind of future scenarios actually are we looking at for the next pandemic or the next way in which gender relations are organized or disorganized? I think it should be much, much more sociology of the future, which also links, of course, to technology, obviously, as well. They're my quick points on that. But it's a very big question, I do think.
I think there is
Thank you,
another
Jess. Yes.
link to this. There is another question already in the chat box. The last question.
Excuse me, Beulah?
There is one question linked to Jeff's question, that how can a sociologist help or support women who have been victims of violence during COVID? So it's sort of linked to Jeff. So, I mean, maybe Jeff can add 1 or 2 sentences on that. Sociology
Yes, please,
can
Jeff.
help.
Well, I think it's repeating many of the things we've been raising. I'm not sure if this means particular women or as a more general issue in society or across society, because I think, as Maggie's been saying, this is a global issue, but also, the pandemic actually does show that what we might call how globalization works, but not the way in which usually discussed, actually. But it also shows the importance of the nation and where you happen to live. So in terms of the questioner, Susmita Saka, I guess it's about feeding in knowledge and resources and support to all the institutions that operate both locally and nationally and beyond. This could mean many different things in different contexts, I think, actually.
Can I just add 1 sentence to Jeff's answer? Can I, Melanie? If you only say yes, I can.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
And we'll give it over to Diana after.
Yeah, okay. I think that answering this question specifically in the context of a post-colonial position is very important. There are 2 things. One, whatever is taught as sociology in most of the universities and colleges as curriculum are very defective, still dependent on sort of colonial categories and external understanding that if they say okay, it is okay. So this is sort of Orientalism reborn in the sense that we could see that we do not still use properly and in a majority way indigenous position and study indigenous sources. So we won't be able to actually tell that if we understand that local context and ethnographic issues are very important for actually understanding what is happening. Sociology of gender-based violence will have different type of answers from different situation, and intersectionality is the way of doing it. So I don't think we can answer this, especially in post-colonies. I'm very critical of the colonial knowledge positions in India, which have been used without absolutely not looking at what actually happened. In a sense, Bernard Cohn did us a real great favor, and Nicholas Darks, when they say that what colonialism is not actually what was won, but what was actually made in terms of knowing. So colonialism is like, you read your own country in the most to the eye of the colonialist position. So you never know your own things the way you should, so that you can do proper research in order to expose the reality. So I have a sort of a different type of criticism in terms of doing this kind of things by generalizing and following. We follow without question still. I'm sorry, those Indian colleagues still present forgive me, but I still think Indian curriculum starts, and I mean, actually heavily is faulty in terms of giving the idea of real research. That is exposing the reality. I think I saved 7
Thank you.
sentences instead of 2. Sorry.
Thank you, Beulah. Okay, Diana, do you have a comment you would like to make about either of these questions, or should I reread them?
Sure. Okay. Well, I was going to say, in addition to just to contribute to the discussion too, like I would see the role of sociologists in terms of the way they could contribute through theorizing and also through promoting knowledge of tools and methods that could help raise awareness of the way the pandemic has definitely exposed entrenched inequalities, including those that are related to gender, sexuality, gender identity, and all the other hierarchies that are connected to it. And how, like these inequalities as they intersect also make people vulnerable to gendered violence, especially in cultures that normalize violence and aggression as a way of life. And another area that sociologists could contribute to, especially in their particular context, is by studying the cultural attitudes and practices, as well as the social conditions or factors that could facilitate but also challenge regimes of violence, so to speak. And also, like, by examining the nuances in the different forms of violence that play out, and even certain forms of violence that can be overlooked, like, and that relates to one of the questions that was raised a while ago, like the role of violence, for instance, in terms of the way it's present in the language that people speak or use. So, especially in cultures where people's knowledge or understanding of gender-based violence is confined to physical or sexual violence, like symbolic violence can be overlooked. And, and these are just some areas that sociologists could help shed light on. And then, like through the lens of feminism, definitely gender-based violence remains an urgent concern, but it's also crucial to address the extent of violence and even the corresponding interventions by taking into account intersectionality, even with certain challenges involved. Like definitely a comparative approach helps flesh out people's the nuances in people's social positions, as it makes them vulnerable to violence or insulates them from it. So I don't know if that answers the question.
Very well. Yes, thank you. Okay, so let me turn it over to some of the audience questions. So we have one question here that says, in organizations that work towards serving justice to women and children who are subjected to domestic violence, we can see a form of power play as well, i.e. who is heading the organization, where do they stand in the societal hierarchy, among other factors, determine who gets to advocate for their justice and who does not. How should we as members of a society work against this form of discrimination? So I'll just open that to the panel, to Margaret, to anybody who would like to take that.
Yeah. Thank you. I actually will take a quick response to that. I think, Todi, if I may call you Todi, I think it's a very important question. I've actually addressed this in the book that Beulah spoke about, because it's a common thing that comes up. Who are the people in those positions of power, leadership positions, and how do they communicate, right? And how do they kind of shift the agenda sometimes? And to me, the question really happens is in organizations and in leadership roles, how do we address these issues of accountability, right? And so a part that I think you and people who see it, I actually believe that we have to sometimes speak out. Not just about domestic violence, but organizational oppressions, but in a way that is constructive and does not demonize the organization, because that also leads to a different kind of politic. And I actually have a chapter in the book that talks about some of the struggles on these issues and my own challenge as a researcher in addressing them. So to you, I would say that we should talk about it, speak out, but in a way that's constructive and not one that and makes the people who are in these leadership roles accountable. I think, yes, very often there is, even in domestic violence organized, and many people have written about it, a separation of space between those who are in those leadership roles and using words of those or victims. And that's why I try to say that we really have to talk about how do we, the kind of language we use that leads to notions of justice and specific forms of justice of us versus them. So I think we have to, I think speaking out and asking for organizational change or at least accountability is an important way.
I think I want to add one sentence story. She's a first year student, Maggie, first year BA. Well, we cannot teach Margaret's book until you go at least to the third year, because that is the time you start digesting one. I mean, Margaret is speaking very easily, but when you go to the book, you need to know something else more. Well, that was a good question. I would also agree.
Okay, let me, go ahead,
Should I
Diana.
comment? Oh, sorry, no, Diana?
I was just gonna say, like, one area to definitely look into is the existing government programs and the populations they serve as far as they address needs concerning the alleviation of gender-based violence and also the underlying social factors that contribute to it. And another area to also look into would be, but like by providing helpful but also firm yet constructive criticism about certain forms of violence in society that the government might be silent about, because like it would definitely be something that's contradictory if we are to look at how the government addresses issues of gender-based violence, but like remains very much passive in terms of addressing persisting forms of violence that go about unaddressed in society.
Thank you, Diana. Jeff?
Yeah, I think, again, this is a huge area. I mean, I think there's the issue of what one might call justice or injustice within all these organizations. I mean, whether it's state organizations or companies or whatever, I mean, police, one could go on and on. And then also there's the question of the policies that are produced as a result of that and how that impacts on what we're talking about. But also, of course, there is violence or violences. I like to pluralize the violences of different kinds actually within organizations as well, physical and symbolic or psychological. And then there's another particular issue, which is, in fact, which is something which I've been writing with colleagues on recently, which is about how all these different organizations, how do they actually either ignore or somehow assist their members, whether it's employees or whether it's students, should we say, who actually are experiencing this kind of violence outside the organization. What do they ignore it? Do they actually assist? Is there a problem about, let's call it privacy in inverted commas, if you understand? I mean, what are the appropriate ways of actually organizations actually assisting the people who actually work in them or are served by them as customers? And that's, I think, a really important issue, because for at least some women, their workplace or their educational place is a very important site, which is, so to speak, or hopefully away from other kinds of violence. So what those organizations do about those experiences or those situations actually is much not discussed and acted on enough. And there's not, again, a simple answer, actually. I mean, what happens if your colleague is experiencing that, or your subordinate or your superordinate, to use the jargon, is experiencing these issues, say, in universities? And I will mention another project, which is called UNISAFE, which is going on now, an EU project, which is specifically about gender-based violence in universities and research performing organizations, as they're called. Again, if anyone's interested, just email and I can send. It's called UNISAFE. You can find it fairly easily. So that affects universities as well.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, so let's move to another question here. We have, women are underrepresented in jurisprudence in India. Will the question of just representation of women in the legal realm help address the problem of expediting justice towards women of gender violence? And then there's a note here that Justice Pratibha Singh suggested female legal representatives to not focus on movies, Bollywood movies in particular, and parlors, and not become too engrossed in domestic chores and focus only on law. Therefore, the stereotypes being reinforced by a female judge in already problematic situations.
Yeah. I've actually, I just want to respond to that briefly. One, I think we all have to move away from monolithic constructs, right? Women as a category are not all the same. And our political views are not the same. And our class, our caste, our religious formations all do impact in different ways. So to me, I mean, when you select, right, you don't only select based on an ethnicity or a gender, but what are the positions that they hold, right? And so to me, yes, of course, we want more women in represented leadership roles and in institutions, but we also have to be very careful, and I see this with politicians particularly, as they appoint, who they're appointing to these roles, right, and to these positions, and what kind of positions that they take. I think in the United States, and I'm not going to say much more, but the Supreme Court shows where people have very particular positions on abortion and how they can impact, right, decisions. So I think to say, I think the most important part of it is not just to think solely in terms of gender, but all the intersections that address it, but also move away from looking at people just in terms of their, in terms of their, whether they're a woman or not, but actually the positions that they hold that are integral for structural change and institutional change.
Ishani, I just want to add this, that yes, there are less number of women in Indian judicial system, but we want another or quite a number of Pratibha Patels because they're women to fill the post of judges? Probably not, because that won't do. I mean, here I think the intersectional position would be better in terms of knowing how the judge has passed last judgments for that. But as Maggie said, Margaret said that, it's a sort of sometimes a very political decision on the part of the political executives to remain, to bring people because they will support their positions. So I would not want another Pratibha Patel. Rather, Mr. Patel would do if Mr. Patel is much more judicious. And that would be my reply to you. Because, and a law as legislation and law as in reality are two different things.
All right. So the next question sort of follows up, I think, on the question that, or the comment that Jeff made in terms of violence in the university system. So this is, what do you think should be done or can be done in relation to large college school female dropout in the COVID era? What form of positive scenarios are possible, if any?
I said I want to let one of the panelists start so that it's not always me answering first. Okay, I'll say.
You could start.
I think it's a good question because the COVID has also shown that women in the workforce have had to also leave. Large proportions of women have had to leave as they manage the home and the work front. So so COVID in many ways has, as Pula has also shown and others, been problematic for women. I think the question we have to address once again is how do we what are the causes as to try and examine what are the causes to why young women have left, right? How are the institutions? I mean, these include issues of mobility in terms of supporting their families, online technology, choices that are made in patriarchal society as to who would pursue the education. I think we have to write as research and collaborate and try and use support systems and including funding in some cases that will enable people to actually get back to work. And by the way, I think institutions, education institutions have a huge responsibility there in terms of how they will, I can talk a little about the United States, how do these institutions support the education they have and the ability to come to study. I think in the global South, I want to leave it to people who I think will be better experts at this, Diana and Bula, and pass it to them.
It is your turn. You unmute.
Eula, are you talking to me?
No, Jeff is not mute. He's unmute. He has to unmute because if he has to answer, he has to unmute.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. Sorry, who's being asked to talk? I think it's Diana being asked to talk. Sorry, I'm a bit confused.
Yes, I thought that as well. Diana, do you have a response to this question?
Okay, I was gonna say one thing that definitely has to be looked into well, from the context of a country here in the global South, in the Philippines, is the way the pandemic has also, even with stay-at-home orders and work-from-home options and online classes, the pandemic has also brought about unique stressors in people's living situation, precisely because of the blur between one's personal life and one's work or educational life. And it also, one thing that really has to be discussed is the consequences of increased caregiving and domestic responsibilities of women. And educational institutions have to be more mindful of this, even with the policies crafted in this time of pandemic, or while people are awaiting the transition, at least here in the Philippines, towards online classes. Because one thing that's definitely been common in people's experiences here is the way, parents, for instance, they have to take care of work-related responsibilities, and then for mothers in particular, attending to their children, attending to their partners or spouses or other relational responsibilities. And if, let's say, a family member contracts COVID, because of gender norms, it's oftentimes the women who also have to take on caregiving and other domestic responsibilities. So, these are among the challenges that have also led people to, either leave school or even leave their workplaces. And work and educational institutions have to be, they have to be more sensitive to people's context in order to come up with more responsive solutions, rather than just let people slip through the cracks. That's what I was going to say.
Can I say one thing, just bothered me right now? I mean, it has been a bothering situation that we talk again in terms of global North and global South, violating the principles of intersectionality and diversity, that neither the global North nor the global South, everything has seen. Because if you talk about experience of Japanese as a whole, even forgetting the intersection, it would be different from very much from India or Philippines. So actually, I think if COVID has taught us once again not to think, this way, maybe local contextual position, local ethnography is very important, because I feel bad that at the first 2 decades in 21st century, we have gone back to the 19th and 18th century analysis saying that Orient, Occident, East, West, developing, developed, and then comes global North and global South. Again, binary. And if we accept these binaries, how do we do intersectionality? So at the one hand, if feminist says that we will be talking about intersections position, and in global South, how is that a possibility? I mean, this very much conceptually bothers me. And I would say that, everybody suffered in COVID within one sentence, but it has to be contextualized in terms of the opportunities and accessories available in there. See, people in Kolkata did not suffer that much related to the village where there is no sanitation system properly developed yet. So it doesn't make Indians, all Indians in the underdeveloped area or all Indians in the developed area. We have to talk about, and that happens if we look at United States of America, for example, we'll find pockets of so that we don't have to be worried about one of the most richest country. I don't know much about Scandinavia. Maybe Jeff can tell us that, the differential situation in terms of the COVID if we follow intersectionality. I didn't want to ask this question, but it came logically, Jeff.
You want
Jeff, do
to
you have
comment?
anything you'd like to? Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah, again, there are quite a few different questions going on here.
Right.
I think picking up what Diana is saying, I think, the home situation, which obviously, includes questions of gender, let's call it gender relations in the broad sense, whatever that, gender power relations, which can vary obviously massively, and how that particularly intersects then with care responsibilities, and how that intersects also, I think, very directly with housing conditions. I mean, that makes a huge difference to people. At least those three, and probably many more things, are relevant, putting it mildly, to the situation of school dropouts was the question I think I heard earlier on. Is that right? Dropping out from school and education. And I think there might be some differences, both locally, as Bula has emphasized just now, but also between school dropping out and university dropping out. I mean, I haven't really thought this through, but I think there might well be in terms of, partly law, legal differences, at least in different countries, about what is the responsibility for school dropping out as against university dropouts. Actually, in Finland, I don't know. Well, Finland's not in Scandinavia. Actually, Scandinavia is Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, and a few other bits. But in Finland, there's an interesting thing happened in the last year or less, which has been a raising of the compulsory school or educational age, not school age, to 18. And this might sound a really good idea, but actually, it's had what you might call unintended consequences, I think, in terms of what happens for some young people who actually would otherwise have left school at 16 or 17, or even in terms of what actually they do in that year or two before they actually end compulsory education. That's perhaps a bit of a side issue, but or important issue. And picking up another comment, as Bula said, this question of North-South, I think it has to be used in a political sense, or a political geopolitical sense, not in a kind of binary sense. And then explain more, definitely, because you can have conditions of, let's call it global South, inverted commas, within the global North, et cetera, et cetera. And what has been going on in some countries, as we know, is actually, for instance, a reversal in or a reducing life expectancy, for instance, in I think in the US, and also I think in the UK, I think that's true in recent years, amongst other countries. So this is not a sort of modernist, simple progression that's going on. Sorry, this is rather rambling, trying to pick up on different issues at the same time. I don't know if I've done that enough. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll stop at that point and wait for whatever other comments or questions there are that follow.
Melanie.
So I do want to be sensitive. Oh,
Melanie.
Yes.
Can I just, because I hope before we leave, I do want to bring the stay at home and stay safe concept, because to me, it's really key before, as we've been addressing gender-based violence, right? And I was doing as a historic part, often when there has been violence, women have been told to stay at home instead of making the place safe, right? And historically, we've talked about this in various movements, the challenges when there were in England or other places when there were serial killers or other things. Instead of making the institutions making it safe for women to go out, there was an attempt, right, to say that women should stay at home. And I think this and that safety and that whole idea of vulnerability is reduced, right, by the protections of the patriarchal state or others by staying at home. And this has been challenged by the women's movement, and also when there's been sexual assault cases. We know that the Jyotibai case in India, when women were told, don't go out and protest, stay at home, this will, to keep you safe. And I want to take this moment for us to think of this kind of language, right? Stay home, stay safe. One, because a home is not always safe in the context of domestic violence. And so again, it assumes a certain kind of lens and framing of an issue, right? Two, that it doesn't stay home and stay safe is again about, not taking into account intersectionalities where poor women and women from different classes, sometimes rural women or other women, in the U.S. who had to go out, right, as frontline workers, that their safety doesn't seem to matter as much. They're expected to come to work, irrespective of the potentials and the risks for gender-based violence, right, as they do it. And so we've heard of these cases where, young girls have gone to get water, and that they have been sexually assaulted. And so I think we have to, I wanted to take that line and not let it go by saying historically we've seen, the patriarchal state and institutions often compelling women and those, who are even protesting or abused to stay at home. COVID provides an interesting pandemic moment where everybody's been told to stay at home, and yet frontline workers and those in rural areas or engaged in informal work do not have that opportunity. Do not have that as something available. And so I want us to think of the way we use this language, not just for the global South and the North, but also to understand the diversity and the intersectionality when we address gender-based violence and not make it a monolithic category. Thank you. Sorry about that. I felt it was important to say it.
Now, may
Go
I
ahead,
just
Diana.
add one question which I received in the WhatsApp. It was on May 19th. Someone emailed me a query on what I think women should choose, security or freedom, in the against the background of the COVID and the rising domestic violence. That was an actual query.
Sheila,
to me.
can we let Diana just follow up on what
Yeah, sure.
Mark was
I just
saying,
thought
and we can move to
Maggie's
that question.
stay home, stay safe. Then we can probably add security, freedom, all these things actually. Yes, Diana, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I was actually gonna add to what Maggie had said, but I could also speak to what Bula just mentioned. Like, for example, when it comes to the issue, like something that's really problematic is the notion that staying at home automatically translates to safety, because and that was also definitely something that was raised here in the Philippines, because with the closure of schools, for instance, it caused problems for students for whom the school was a safer place as compared to the home, because if the home isn't a safe space for everyone to begin with, and compelling people to stay at home, that can actually just magnify their risk of gender-based violence. And then definitely, as far as the risks for frontliners, that's the thing. If you're a frontliner here in the Philippines, or if you're an essential worker, staying at home is not a choice that they have, because people's health and their safety depends on them doing the work that they do, even in this time of pandemic, and where interventions or lack thereof are also really critical. That's something that definitely has played out here in the Philippines, especially the first few months into the pandemic last year. There were people who complained that like frontliners, they didn't even get enough hazard pay, or if anything, like here in the Philippines, their pay was really low, or for those who had died of COVID while doing their duties, they didn't even get their families didn't get compensated until much later. And some people in the government also got flack for saying, like the president no less, got flack for saying that if people get COVID and die as frontliners, they were actually doing the country a favor because it was a patriotic duty. So there are multiple skewed ideologies that come with not just expecting people to stay home, but also overlooking the needs of frontliners. And then as far as like the question that Bula mentioned, what's more important, safety? What was the thing, like security or
freedom, security or freedom?
I was going to say, like, because it presumes there's a dichotomy between the two, and in a society that's supposed to be, and a community that's supposed to be safe for all, and also the home. This shouldn't be a choice. People should be able to ideally like realize both. And for those, for example, those who've already internalized the experience of abuse, sometimes like this is what also, I mean, I don't mean to sound like I'm blaming victims or survivors for their ordeal, but that's the thing. Like, this is something that they overlook because when they're just busy fighting off yet another abusive episode, or trying to figure out how to cope with their ordeal. Sometimes like patterns of abuse can become so familiar that they forget that they shouldn't have to choose between security and freedom. So that's my take on it.
Jeff wants to say something, I believe.
Yeah,
Go
can
ahead,
I
Jeff, please.
comment? Yeah, I think a couple of things. Yeah, this word freedom, because freedom, we all want freedom, maybe. But I think the word freedom is certainly being used, certainly in Europe, this is the case, a lot by the right, well, far right, actually. And this is very dangerous, indeed. That's just the specific, just comment on that, on Diana's last reflection. But coming back to the public-private point, Susan Edwards, who I used to work with, who's a feminist lawyer and done a lot of work on violence, she wrote this sentence that was quoted and requoted a lot about, the home is the safest place for men, but the least safe for women. But of course, again, this is contextual. That was written in the UK. I think in the 80s, it was quoted and requoted a lot. But I think what this raises is, the different or whether even the term public and private is useful. Or at least what it might mean in different ways in different contexts. And at the very least, there's been, I think, big changes in, if you want to use the word public sphere, which could mean going to work, it could mean going out into the street, whatever that means, safely or not safely. And also, I think you could say that in some spheres there's been a privatization of the public sphere as well, in both spatially and economically and socially. Actually, getting into, say, libraries is not very easy in some places, for instance. And then I think we haven't discussed so much. Maggie raised it in her lecture, but part now of the public sphere, with all the pros and cons that go with it, is the online public sphere, which I think, as I also mentioned very briefly, is clearly becoming more and more important in terms of gender-based violence. So it's not as if it's either offline or online, but there are now research, certainly in some countries, that looks at the simultaneous, or at least you could say parallel use of offline direct physical violence and offline and the online abuse, either sort of shortly after or whatever. And that, you could say, is a different kind of public sphere. One example I heard of recently, which was of an ex-partner, so-called partner, sending very short messages on bank statements, like giving somebody like 1 cent or one penny on a bank statement plus an abusive message. It sounds really strange. But there are all sorts of ways which the online world actually is now part of gender-based violence, unfortunately. And there are many possibilities, including the Internet of Things, which is, again, a different kind of public sphere. So public and private spheres they need to, at the very least, to be sort of reconstituted or recontextualized. Again, go back to that term that Maggie used earlier.
A very good point about the public space and the internet. Thank you, Jeff. Maggie, do you have another, do you want to address this question of freedom and security? And then we can turn it to Beulah. I think you might have some thoughts on that too.
I just think Jeff has already said it. I think we have to be very, very careful how the term freedom is used and how freedom is interestingly tied to notions of security. And that means even notions like surveillance being one way that you're being now told you are freer and safer. So I just want to say, in the context of violence, which I said right at the beginning, I think we have to really not only provide context, but we have to really see how our words communicate.
There was a question about linguistic violence.
Yes, that's why I was trying to answer that in this question, because I know we are kind of close to finishing up. So that You know, there is an online is one version where you see a lot of linguistic violence, too. And so I think we have to be careful about words like freedom, security, safety, public, private, how we use these terms in addressing gender-based violence. And we have to be particularly careful. And I don't want to go into my political stance here, because this kind of language very easily gets co-opted by corporations and politicos. And I'm seeing this now in the context of vaccines, my body, my choice, and how the words are being used versus reproductive rights and, this language around vaccinations and who's using it. So I only will say, Melanie, and thank you for giving me this opportunity, but that increasingly when we think of violence, we have to be careful. We're not only looking at physical and all these other things, which I think most people are not, but I think the language we as those who communicate, right, in addressing violence, being a little more cognizant in how that's being used. And as I said in my my presentation, that when it's being used incorrectly or co-opted by corporations or political leaders, we take it, or organizations or education institutions, we take a stance and speak out. Freedom only happens when everybody has a right to freedom.
Yes. So maybe we can, I know we need to close, maybe we can just, thank you to Maggie for addressing this idea of linguistic violence. And the question was, why are we silent or less vocal in terms of occurrences of linguistic violence? How women can be aware of this and how should they proceed in this respect? So maybe this is a good way to sort of wrap up. I'm sorry that we can't address all of the questions. I think some of the questions, we're looking at, government interventions, and I think, different panelists have been able to speak to that, what the state should do. But maybe I can just give it over to the panelists to either answer this question or some final thoughts before we end for today. So let me give it over to anybody who would like to address that first.
Jeff, want to address that first? Jeff?
If you like, if you wish.
No, I mean,
Okay.
as a semi-host, I must give the first opportunity to the, those who come from the other side of the world. This is a
Okay.
hostly gesture, that's all.
Okay. Yeah. Should I say a couple of words, or is that right? Yeah. I mean, I think linguistic violence could mean several different things, actually. But I think kinds of violence that do not involve like direct physical hitting or similar, I think are incredibly important, actually. I mean, but saying this, one has to sort of choose one words a bit carefully, because this is not downplaying physical, sexual, and violences and assaults, and of course also femicide and homicide and so on. But I think this is something that should be taken much more, including in organizations, as we talked about briefly earlier. In terms of language specifically, I've got two comments. We talked already about gender-based violence and whether it works always exactly. I think pluraling to violence is actually useful. It makes one think about there are different kinds of violences going on all the time. And also, I quite like the word violation. I know it's got different connotations in different situations, but it makes the point that there's a violation of some kind, which may or may not be recognized by the parties, if that's the word involved. And then, I don't know, these are kind of a bit random, I'm afraid. I think there's a real paradox involved in studying violence, actually, which is on the one, how important it is to actually study it, and what you might call violence studies, if that's, as a kind of field of study. But at the same time, I'm really against separating it off from everything else, social life, sociality, sociology. And that's a kind of very tricky, paradox that both academically and politically, I think, one has to sort of do both. And then two last points is that I actually think also this might go back to the question of words and linguistic violence. So there are some violences that are not actually done by an individual agent. That's another thing as well, which is perhaps and this some people may not agree with. Some people see violence only as intended, but I think this is the way things work, including slow violence, which I think is underdeveloped. And my final thing is about children. Actually, we haven't or young people, I should say, infants, children, young people. We haven't discussed very much. I know the figures in Sweden on child rape have increased in 2020 by something like 16%. So yeah, there's a whole issues around gender-based violence, violence to children, violence to infants, violence to young people, or between young people as well, which we haven't actually talked about so much, but that's kind of everything. But thanks.
Diana.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, looking at linguistic violence, it's really something that is very revealing about the cultures that reinforce practices and attitudes that perpetuate violence. So this is something that's definitely important to study as, like a form of violence that could exist independently but also overlap with other forms of violence. And it's definitely important to see where it fits within the gendered continuum of violence, and how, like the use of linguistic violence also reveals how people normalize it. Because if it's evident in the language that people use, then people just think it's a given or it's part of society. And this is something that really has to be unpacked. And also it's equally important to see the interface between linguistic violence and structures and institutions that perpetuate violence alongside personal relationships.
Thank you, Diana. Beulah?
Yeah. One thing after this, almost, engrossing discussion we are having for about 2 hours, 30 some minutes. And I feel one thing that maybe time has come that we should reconstitute, redefine public, private, family, home, etc. And at the same time, discuss the impact of online things on us. Because whether we deny or not, we are living dependent on ICTs in a way, and the whole thing is around. And since I did a little bit of research on that and published a few articles, that online actually is more than offline, because it is easy, you cannot catch. And cyber laws of most countries are very weak in terms of catching cyber criminals who is actually doing it. And there are several of it, stalking, trolling, you name it, there is there. So maybe we should start thinking of the integral connection of the online, offline in the context of this COVID and other things also, especially climate change, the situation we are facing actually, to think of another area of new social issues and definitional controversies, etc. So that's one thing that's coming to my point. Second thing, I was looking at the questions which were not answered because of short of time, nothing deliberate, is that people probably want to know actually, why it is a private affair when we say domestic violence. Why, why it would be a private affair since it is inflicted on so many people. Secondly, if formal education doesn't do anything in terms of bringing some kind of consciousness, whoever that is, and becomes a perpetrator of violence, whatever type, then what is the use of this kind of education? So whether we should look at our formal educational structure in much deeper way, which inculcates a kind of idea that at some point we have to be, abusers. I'm talking gender neutral. Now, women are abusers too. Women abuse their children a lot, which we haven't talked about because of the time, and we cannot go so diverse. So that's another important thing, that we start thinking that, what we actually hail as even postmodernity or something, whether we are really able to do that. In probably the central question is GBV, gender-based violence, which are of little type. Now, I will give a bad example and finish up. While I was doing a study in terms of rural-urban difference and who is a feminist, who is a not, etc., and what is feminism to the people who doesn't read, doesn't know to this feminist. And I encountered, and very unhappily I have to say, that guy and the girl both are master students. I cannot name them, university master students whom we met, and they want to do something critique of feminism. I said, fine. I mean, which type of feminism you want to critique? And they came with an abstract, both of them, remember. They are actually boyfriend, girlfriend, as to speak. They came with an abstract of 1 page. And in the end, they said that we are talking about, bastard feminism. I was shocked. I said, what do you mean by this? He said that women should not have any power. If they have any power, they actually, abuse it. I said, I want evidence. Otherwise, I will, I was irritated. Inside me was very unhappy and mad. So I wanted to submit this to the current, that time Vice Chancellor. That why do you think feminism can be bastard? Then they quoted something from the internet where some American men and some Argentinian, Chilean, and some Indian men writing that, feminists are the guilty party in the late 20th century to 21st century because they have talked about equality which cannot exist. This is gender equality is a fantasy. So their point of writing a paper is so that the gender equality is a fantasy. And we have seen the whole of the history of the women's movement that it is not achievable only on paper. I was dumbfounded with the question and I did not know how to react to it. So I said that I won't be able to do this kind of thing. You go to somebody else. But it actually bothered me for a whole week that some people are thinking, and they are on the net. They are not just, invisible people. They are on the net very much saying that feminism is evil. And they cite a lot of, I do not know. In Jeff's terms, this is, men of power who abuses power, not really masculinity. But I have in my life actually faced people who actually deprived me of many opportunities, which was mine, very personal narrative that I should get that because I was a feminist. So I cannot say India, the country I live in and the country I have born is actually understands anything about equality because it is just preferential equality or preferential inequality. Because I have been severely criticized by the colleagues in the universities even because I'm a feminist. So, saying all this, that gender-based violence we have to see locally, contextually, sometimes I feel that we should have, streams, local, national, international, common points of local, national, international, and differences. Gender-based violence is such a thing that we cannot actually finish with one strand. I don't know whether I'm making sense or not in the last one, but I still feel conceptually and methodologically, it's the most difficult subject to know the reality. So to claim anything, no.
Thank you, Beulah. Margaret, do you have any final words?
No, I think we've had a long time. I'm amazed at those who have stayed very late in the evening. I just want to mention to say to the two people, I know there are a lot of questions that were unanswered. I hope I'm sure at different sessions you'll be able to, hopefully you'll get the responses in terms of structures and using the idea of why domestic violence in the private area. We do have to come back to how terminology is used, but I think for all the issues addressed here, we do have to look at patriarchy and patriarchal structures. I think we would be making a mistake if we didn't look at that because the idea of the home as private, of course, has to do with other aspects too. But the question that somebody's put with single women going back to their homes and the issues of power and control, a lot of these really have to do with the changing dynamics, but inherent a kind of not only structure, conditions, and relations often shaped by patriarchy. And I'll end with that. I do have to leave, so this has been, I hope I can just take a moment to just say thank you to Melanie and to for the questions. Thank you to Bula for session. Thank you to my fellow panelists, Diane and Dana and Jeff, all of you and the attendees who have been, and the people who have been asking these questions. Thank you so much. It's been very meaningful, and I have to thank RC32 and Nivedita University Department of Sociology for co-hosting this event. Thank you very much for insightful questions. I'll keep thinking about them.
Thank you, Maggie, for taking so much time of your busy schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a
Bye-bye.
wonderful day. Thank you for
Bye-bye.
your great intervention.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie.
Bye-bye.
Thank you taking so much trouble, Diane.
Thank you.
And Jeff, it was nice
Thank you,
once
Bula.
again
Nice
hearing
to meet
from
you,
you.
Diana,
Thank you.
and Maggie, and Melanie, and everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.